Hello everyone, welcome to another Scrap Mechanic. I am Slurpee Dumpster and I'm ready to go. So today we're going to probably just do a little bit of a grind out session as we need a lot of stuff. When I say we need a lot of stuff, we need a lot of stuff. So we're going to load up on gas, just go. And it's wood and basically metal is what we're going to need today. So what is a lesser of the two evils that we're going to do? Either we go and get metal, or get wood. And honestly, I think I'd rather just get a little bit of wood right now. And that'll give us kind of a good start. And we got like a lot of juice on this thing. Plus we're near a nice forest here. However, it does not have the trees that I want. I think we're going to have to do a little bit of a drive out. And just get some more, like, nicer wood. Oh, what's this? Yeah, I'll take that. Pick whatever I can. Every little bit counts. I'm going to try to avoid cutting down the other trees, the normal trees. I think I'll just call the higher tier ones like the hardwood trees, I would say. Best way I can describe that one. Thing is not good on taking on hills. Ah, jeez. It's not good for steering or even long distances. Might have to carry this one. Oops. I think we'll just... Where is that? There we go. I did not leave very much room in there. That was kind of dumb. No mistakes, only happy accidents, right, Bob? No, that was a mistake. This is straight up mistake. Do not want to mess with that guy over there. Don't think I even have enough potatoes to even fight him. No, I got enough. Got enough potatoes I could fight him off. The tree I want. Get some stuff. Chop, 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 chop. Kind of have my task manager on because I'm just kind of curious to see how much was sucking my my CPU. And I think it's just because I have Chrome open. Always have Chrome open. I wish I didn't have to have Chrome open. And unfortunately, I do. Yeah, because I'm at like 100%. The scrap mechanic's only taken like half of it. OBS surprisingly does not take up very much. Like 7% or something. I'm always just wondering what else I could just like turn off so I don't have to deal with stuff. All right. Next tree. You know what I would also wish that they could do? You can have like your right and mouse buttons do like absolutely nothing. I think they should make this just designated 1 and 2. Because like when you're driving, you don't use them. Like I'm clicking them right now and it does nothing, right? I guess I could probably change the hot binding on it or whatever, but I think that should just be automatic. Better be careful how much fuel I'm sucking away. Tree I want. I'll take this too. Your old scrap city. Scrap city where it's not worth going into. Good old grind sesh. Yeah, once you get this down in the most optimal position, it just breaks these puppies down so fast. I definitely would go with this design again. It's like the most cheapest and the most efficient. I would like to probably, maybe when I'm done doing the buildings, the 2 buildings at least, I'll probably shell on this one. Right. Let's go raid this thing while that's doing the work. Should probably be careful. I got a lot of stuff on me. I highly doubt I'm going to fill this chest up today. I really did not grab very much food on me either. Another dumb mistake. I'll take the component kits, thank you. Round all these bozos up. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my potatoes on ya. Not even worth the spud. Goodbye. Do not need that, thank you. Oh, there's another one in here. Here's someone coming. I'm closer. Fight you off. Fight you off the normal way. And beat you up. I always find that their pathfinding is a little bit strange when they do that. Yoey. Just habit, just to randomly just grab stuff. Yeah. Yes, yes, no. Yes, yes, no. Getting real picky about what I'm grabbing now. I always notice that the hay bots don't automatically attack you. They just kind of like dance around you for a second. Yes, yes. I think that is pretty much a design choice. I think people have had complaints probably of the hay boss just sucker punching you out of nowhere. Yes. No. Yes. Alright, we can get lots of those. I should probably start collecting some of those. Yes, yes, yes. Really should have emptied my inventory before I left. Feel like I made a bad decision on that. All in honesty, I don't really need any of the what is that stuff called? Circuit boards. Don't need the circuit boards either. All right. Where did my truck go? This looks like it did all the job. Put some batteries in here. I know I grabbed some somewhere. There we go. Hey, how's it going? Your stream went very well this morning. Come on, get up there. Yeah, I think I really need to redo this thing. It is not working very well. Very touchy on the steering, I think. Oh, we all gotta support each other, right? Look like a good fun stream. Surprised you're not in bed yet. You're like all the way from England, correct? Yeah, and meanwhile it's 1 o'clock where I am. Yeah. Maybe on opposite sleeping schedules here. Yeah, I keep on thinking about that because like I'm thinking it's like a really far away that it's like it should be like 1 o'clock in the morning for you, but I know it's not. I went the wrong way. Want to unload my inventory here. I picked something up. Oh, garbage wood. Great. Yeah, it's just going to be a lazy day stream for me. I got really no major plans for what I'm going to do today, so I know normally I would just yesterday I did like a lot of like planning on the building on the other base. And this time I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I got too many materials I need to like pick up today. Too much organizing. So I'm not going to be super active today. Probably should go and pick up some food. One burger on me. Yeah, I just need to like chill out and grind. Not every day needs an accomplishment, and I have to remember that. I don't have to accomplish anything for anyone. Just me. What I get out of it, right? Oh, the lag. Please, Axolotl, fix the lag. I had some holes in my vehicle like yesterday, and I finally got them fixed. Taking too many tape bots taking pot shots at me. Because you remember, robots are jerks. Jerky robots. Get some sweet air off this. I always like ramping off this one. This. Oops. Yeah, definitely what we classify as a lazy Sunday, that's for sure. Didn't really do too much this morning. Had my coffee, watched a little bit of a stream. Go chill out. Actually, I probably did more than I normally do. Yeah. I was like checking out your watering system. I was just like, oh my lord. This is not just for everyone, but it works for you. Maybe I'm just kind of like overly fortunate at the very point where it's just I got so much inventory that it's just like I don't think about like, oh yeah, how did I start my game off? Right? I remember that. Not everybody starts their game off the same. Let's see. Can we start now? Can even make any of that. Take those. We definitely got to get this place organized. It's starting to look a lot nicer though. That's for sure. Less messier and definitely more organized. Somewhat organized. Hey, look! Garbage metal. Yeah. Get a little garbage metal. I'll throw these in here. Kind of maybe make this my pile. My building pile. Yeah, you just need those pistons. That's what you need. Then you're pretty much set. Even if you had like 2 sets of pistons, you'd be set. Who were you playing with this morning? Was it? That was what's his name? Project Cars. Can't you go away? Yes, I should probably get rid of that too. Not need you. Actually, I might need you for the wood. But you can go away. I definitely don't need you. Yeah, he seems like a good kid. I do not play well with others. Mind you, I don't really play multiplayer very often, especially for these games. I understand the appeal of it. I just feel like we just need a proper dedicated server, that's all. But they gotta fix the lag first, right? Yeah, I'm strictly solo. I just always want to see how it fixed lag now, damn it. Good luck. And never do the things that you want them to do. Thanks for the follow there, Captain. Oh yeah, Red Eye's always on here. He's always saying hi. We go way back. We go back to when he was Hudson. Come get some. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You don't break that. Punk. Beauty. At least I didn't break any of my tires. That's the important thing. I didn't even have to do a warm-up today because I think I just wanted to get right into the grind today. I think I do the Borderlands 3 stream just when I have big projects on my mind and kind of just like lets me like lose myself a little bit. I don't think I even ended any of this, whatever. You can go in there, you can go in there. Jeez. So bad at just like removing my inventory sometimes. Alright. Let's get out of this lag house. Hey, Red Eye, can you check something on me to see if my Discord is actually going to the right place? Because I know I had that problem yesterday. Can you just, if you could just check it. I know I had some redirection. I think I put the wrong address on there and it's hard for me to check it on this end. Come on, you potato, get up here. Jeez, man. Not really out of the lag zone. Or is there like a fallen dude around here? Is there like a... Oh, good. Thank you. Thanks for checking that. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Thursday night support group to get going on that one. So we basically what we do is that we post everything on Thursday. Yeah, and I'm number one. Take that puppy down, I guess. Yeah, this support group for the anguish of having to deal with all the lag, and then we're just somewhere where we can all just complain about stuff, but only on Thursdays. I thought that was just a really humorous thing from the last stream. I'm just like, I'm gonna make this a thing. I was 100% determined for that to happen. And I think I got the exact photo that I want from one of my favorite movies. Come on. Chop! Chop! Yeah, it should take you to the... Yeah, and that's why I'm just trying to make it work, is that I should have on there... You have the general Discord, and there should be another one for the support group, Thursday support group. It's still a work in progress. I'm just checking to see if it's actually working, and I appreciate you doing that for me. Yeah, it's on the same server. I'm not gonna make a bazillion servers for this. I just don't think that's gonna. I don't want to have to deal with that many servers. Yeah, post only on Thursday. I might delete the one I just posted on there. I just wanted to see everything was working and whatnot. It's basically going to be a free-for-all. Just don't put any pictures of nudes on there or anything. No safe. Keep it PG, alright? That's all I ask. No nudes, please. Nobody wants to see that. Come on, you potato. Jeez, man. Crack, crack, crack. I think it's just because it's on a hill. I think that's what the problem is. Oh, I know why it's lagging out, because I have, like, this broken rock here. That's why. Just an unrefined rock I had to deal with. Come on. Alright, that's it. Hate having to deal with wood and rocks on hills. Alright, Slurps, leave that for Thursday. For the love of God. Alright, where are we? Make this easy. Did I not grab that one? Okay. There we go. Let's go. Let's go! Where are we at? Taller. Stupid hills. I almost could do not have these things roll off hills. I'd rather just have that happen than deal with the lag. Like a non-rolling entity. Okay. Should keep it all in one spot. Beauty. Come on, man. No, you can cut faster than that. Go. I think it's just because there's just so much stuff around. That's what I have a feeling. Beauty. A lazy Sunday after stream. Ladies Sunday. Wake up in the late afternoon. kind of like our always like our road trip song is Lonely Island. It's great for when you're on the road and you're just singing along to just stupid songs. Ah, okay. I'll just try to fix that a little bit later. Like I said, I got all week to like mess around with that one. Guess we'll take down this garbage tree while we're at it. I will definitely have to take a look at that just to get it so it's working properly. I'm very new to Discord, so you have to excuse me. Come on. Don't make me actually get out of my vehicle and do this. That's the stupid thing. I think the only good thing about this vehicle, at least, it's good for cutting trees on flat ground, but it is absolute garbage for when it... Oh, okay. See, I also wanted to like create an exceptions on there, and I couldn't do it. That was the other thing. But Discord's honestly not something that's been around for super too long. I would love to just be like, have just that one just only be open for Thursday, but you can look at it any other day, but you're not allowed to like post it until like Thursday. And that's what I wanted to do with it. I'm like, it's so limited. I really shouldn't say that it's so limited. It is what it is. They're not like making that app for like just me, right? So I feel like I should be able to put certain rules on it. That would be kind of neat. It's really just a fun place to dump stuff. We all can chat when we're off. And I honestly haven't really figured out everything for Twitch either, so it's kind of funny that I'm just trying to work something for Discord and I haven't figured out everything for Twitch either. Come on. You know you're more efficient than this. I think I need to get away from those rocks. Beauty. Don't you roll away. You're going to create lag for all of us. All you need is how about a golden bucket and a toilet seat? Both of them made out of gold. You're living like a king. Mini farming, eh? Get up here. Yeah, I don't really like making more than I need. Like, even the one that I have back at the base, I think it's kind of like overkill. Nobody wants stumps. Actually, that would be a good idea. If you could just leave the stumps behind it, the tree will grow right back on there. $30 in-day games, so we always have a constant supply of trees at least nearby. Hey, you want some of this? You're gonna get yours. Come on. You can get yours. Why are you so jukey? Just die already. Oh, I'm out of the lag zone. Jerk. I would love to see trees respawn. That's just what they need to do, right? But there has to be, you know, a certain thing. You know, they always give you like so many. Yeah, rocks too. I almost like think there should be like you take whoa. Nope. Like you sacrifice a plot of land and then you could like get a seed to like grow a rock, right? Seems kind of stupid, but like, you know, like why not, right? Or something in that like that same lines. There might be it give you a reason to at least get more fertilizer and stuff like that, or you know, or you can like return a bunch of fertilizer and get the seed for the rock or whatever, right? Because like now I just don't need soil anymore, right? I don't need any of that stuff anymore. I'm at that point. Like unless they give me a reason to collect it, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, and embers too, right? Like that's another one. That's just I do feel like they need to like kind of like change that, right? I think every resource we can get in this game should be in some way renewable, right? Mind you, but even like on a multiplayer server, like or hosting or whatever, like you're never going to go through unless you have like a ton of players. Like there would be never ever a way that you can. I don't know. Has anybody in Scrap Mechanic actually wiped out an entire game's worth of resources? Also, I think they might have just did that just to so you have a reason to drive. And that might be kind of game breaking. Maybe. Or they could just make it so it's expensive or something. Like thrusters. Just a thought. I always have these thoughts in my brain all the time. Yeah. I'm waiting for extra large chests too. That'll be the next one. Like I'm not thinking like chests that should be, you know, like this one where you can have the pipes and stuff coming out of it. Maybe pipes, like just a regular chest that you don't have to, doesn't have any of that, just storing in general. Yeah, but that's like, I want to see how far you can take it in survival, right? I know you're kind of like just joking on that one, but it's just, yeah. It's that balance issue, right? I always complain about the balancing. I feel like thrusters are so expensive that, that it's justified because then you can get to the top of the warehouse. But there's nothing on top of the warehouse that's always worth it except for maybe those weird curved pieces that I use for my build and the ramps, right? So, like, what's going to happen when we have the boss or whatever on the top there? Are we just going to fly up there and just, like, hover at a safe distance and just blast them with, a cannon or whatever? I'm pretty sure someone already is thinking about that in mind. Maybe. Like, I'm already thinking about how we can break the game. Right? But I think the devs don't mind us breaking the game anyway. In fact, I think they have encouraged that quite a bit. Yeah, I definitely will start a new game when Chapter 2 comes out. And then see how far I can take that. Maybe I'm also like one of those people who likes to see how big I can make something. I'm not really into making a giant farm, but definitely buildings intrigue me. I always thought it would be really interesting. Like, sometimes that we have those like big giant hills. I wonder if we could just find a big, huge straight one and just have like a soapbox racer. I think that would be fun. I think that would be a good challenge. No motors, nothing. And just have a soapbox derby ride. You would have an awful straight piece of downhill. I definitely don't have any of those in my world. Though you just end up into a tree. Pile that up. Cage Farmer Plinko game? Oh, that would be so awesome. Oh, that would be so doable too. That's a great idea. You should do that one. Yeah, I definitely also think that we should be able to make our own asphalt too. Your own asphalt. Definitely, right now you can make almost like Mario levels if you wanted to. For the amount of resources you would have to collect. I love how much potential this game has, but it's just it's so limited on what you can do. Like, are you willing to sacrifice all your resources for a Plinko game? Let's face it, I think that would be such a great idea, but at the same time, such an expensive adventure. Yeah, make more noise. Come on, do it. All right. Where'd you go? I lost you. nest, yeah. I guess you could probably for the places where he gets hit or whatever for the plinko, you could use these if you wanted to. Yeah, you would almost have to have either a claw to pick it up or a monorail track system that you can jam in there. I don't know. Do the cage farmers, do they spawn? I don't think they do. I think they respawn in the areas. If there's no... Like, I'm wondering if you could take a bunch of caged farmers, right? Put them all in somewhere and see how long they take to spawn. I'm not too sure the mechanic behind that. But they definitely, every 30 days, they respawn in those camps, right? So if there's no... I think it's... If there's no farmer already in there, it would respawn, right? That's a thought. Though you could probably make a ball really easily without using a caged farmer, actually. Because you would just need the round parts on the top of the... Oh yeah, let's not go that way. I know there's a red farm bot in there. Yeah, I don't think they just spawn either when they leave their area. Because I've left some like farmers in some weird spots just because I had to, didn't have a choice. But definitely you can make your own ball if you want something that's like a little bit more fair with everyone. Because like I don't think all the cage farmers, or is it, or are they all the same dimensions? I know that. I think they are. Hey, get lost. Get mashed up in the tree. Yeah, the silo sections. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. But then you have to go to the top of the warehouse. That's the only drawback. What are we going up to the warehouse for? I need to make a ball. Though I think the farmers would be a better idea just because they make that ridiculous noise when they start spinning around. Just hearing a bunch of all over the place. And then you could like throw like 6 of them down there and lag your game out. Perfect. Maybe make a big statue of like, oh, it was the original host of The Price is Right. I'm having a brain fart. I know who this is. Bob Barker. I can't believe I forgot about Bob Barker's name. Don't forget to spay and neuter your cats. Meanwhile, all the cats and dogs are all like plotting against him, like, Bob Barker should die. Beauty. Let's. Oh, I think that might be enough for today. Definitely need some rock. Will be the next one. And be like, I want to rock. Always got a kick out of like cheesy 80s metal bands. You know, like those early 80s songs where they were going to talk about how they were going to rock and rock you hard. I'm just like, who approved these songs? Like, I'm like thinking in the rounds of like Jukebox Hero. Like those kind of like overly cheesy. Ah, great. See if I can flip my way out of this. Nope. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Okay. There we go. The 70s? Yeah, that sounds like about right. It might have been like late 70s, but even still, like, there was that period of time where it was like Kiss, and it had to be like 1976 to like 83 where they had this period of like songs about how they were going to be like the Eye of the Tiger kind of like eras. Like, I don't enjoy listening to those songs. I just think that they're just so incredibly stupid that they're great. Like that overwhelming amount of cheesy 80s music. Love it. I always have that thought about that kind of era of music and what they were thinking. Like, why? Who approved this? Who thought this was cool? Such weird music. Alright. Let's unload you. Mule wagon here. Yeah, it was like that era where they had no idea what was cool in any way, shape, or form. They're just like, yeah, that's approved. I love it. That's good enough to sell. No, we need rock. Yeah, let's get that gas just in case. Yeah, I can just like picture this this cigar chomping bad executive who's like 50 years old approving the music at that time period. Get out of my way, car. Actually, let's go up there. I saw some rocks that are going to be easy to get at. Actually, I think all those guys from that era were all cigar chomping. And then I think the new ones are like, I can't remember who was talking. It might have been Bill Burr that was talking about the state of music. You know, you have like, before they had like a bunch of guys who knew nothing about music at that time period, right? and they were basically just approving everything. So there was like a lot more experimental stuff, and now you have a lot of executives like, oh, this is the latest thing or whatever, right? So the music is just like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's gotten worse. It's just not, our cup of tea, basically, right? So, and I always say that it's always like kind of a generational thing when we're talking about what people like and what people don't like. Hey, I'm gonna put you in the grinder. Get mode. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. But it was like, it wasn't the hippies that were like producing all that music, right? Well, no, like approving all that music. It was the big executives that were approving all that music. They had no idea what was cool. So, and now I think it's like they want to take less risks now, and I think that's the problem, is that they're not willing to take, and music industry, even movies, aren't even taking very huge risks anymore. And I always like talk about how I always liked, but it's like, once again, it's that generational thing. But I did like the early 90s movies because they were taking more risks at that time, especially with like independent cinema. So I kind of miss that stuff. I didn't bring any food. Well, I kind of did. Glug, glug, glug. Not to say that movies now are terrible, but I definitely watch a lot less of them now. Where I used to be pro movie guy. Like, I used to do animation, like hand-drawn animation, on my free time. Of course, nothing like under a big business or label or anything, but that was like the period of time where I was doing a lot of drawing at that time. And I got really into movies too at that time. And I find myself doing that a heck of a lot less. I don't even remember the last movie I went in to go see theaters. I think it was Fantastic, the last Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And I didn't think that movie was that great. But I think that's where we kind of like shine, because like YouTube has that opportunity to basically create an opportunity where there's no risk for any audiences there, and there's no threat of like money or whatever like that. So there's the opportunity for a lot more independent stuff, but the problem is that there's too much to watch on YouTube. So we're just kind of like overly picking and choosing what we're watching, right? In fact, I think my animator that I learned from, his stuff is on YouTube, and it's like really good stuff in an animation standpoint. If you want to check it out, it's Mr. Reaper's Really Bad Day. But he taught me how to do all that animation and stuff anyway, but I think he doesn't have that many views on his channel, because I just think there's just too much competition for him. Like everybody, and I think also it's because the style now too, right? People's style for animation really has changed in how we do it. We kind of like gone to more of a, what was it, Flash kind of animation style, where we have independent parts and whatever. So we don't do like really too much of the full hand-drawn animation. We basically just do the parts for this animation, kind of like almost like South Park does their animation now, right? And the only ones that are kind of like still doing it almost close to the traditional way is the Japanese, right? So they're the only ones that are kind of still keeping their stuff alive. But even their stuff has gotten very almost, this is what everybody likes now, so we're not going to take any risks. Once again, I watched a lot of like anime from like the mid 90s and the early late 80s, and they were doing a lot more like experimental stuff that back then, because there was no risk for them again, right? And now since we created a formula, there's a lot of shows that are very, very similar. Like I'm watching, what was it, Hunter x Hunter or whatever, and I just find so many similarities between Dragon Ball and Yu-Gi-Oh in that show, and it's kind of gotten into that. Of course, I'm into like shows like, well, even still, like Evangelion is like basically almost a satire on big robot animes. Yeah, I'm just kind of like chatting on about things that I watch, but also it's like how we've become so formulaic in that way, right? We found a formula that works, and we're gonna like basically do it till it's dead, and then everybody. Yeah, it was definitely anime in the late 90s and the mid 90s. It was a very different period. A very different period. It was, if you were into anime, you're a weirdo way back in that time. You're just like, you're into that? And like, yeah, because it's freaking weird and I love it. And anime wasn't cheap either. Like, I remember even just buying garbage anime, it was like still like $40 a video or whatever on VHS. It was not cheap. And I was like kind of an animation snob at that point. Because let's face it, if you're into something really hard, you're a snob at it, right? Ah, that era. See, I never watched the Miami Vice. I think I was just too young because I was too busy watching like Thundercats and Ninja Turtles and stuff. Of course, I was an oddball growing up. Yeah, the Tracy Ullman shorts. Like I said, I like The Simpsons between, once again, my period. But they had good writers. Like, you look at the talent that was actually on The Simpsons between 1988 and 1996. It's ridiculous. Like, literally, they had Brad Bird on there as a consultant and he made like the Iron Giant. I think Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol. Conan O'Brien was a writer on the early parts of The Simpsons around 1990 and 93. He was a writer. I think that's the reason why people like really got into like Simpsons at that point, because they just had good writers and the animation was decent too. Yeah, we didn't get MTV up in Canada. We had Much Music. The Canadian version of MTV, just lamer. Yeah, I remember watching the old Beavis and Buttheads and Ren and Stimpy's. Yeah, definitely the early 2000s. I had no time for anything. I had no money and nowhere to go. So I feel you on definitely on that. So like really hard to really balance work and free time. Even right now it's hard for me to do that. Actually, I think it's for gaming it's not so bad now. Yeah, I grew up with like not having a lot of money, so like yeah, so I never always had like brand new consoles or anything like that. I was always like a generation behind just because we couldn't afford it. And I kind of understand why that was now, because my parents did prioritize paying their mortgage off other than spending money on their kids. And plus, all my neighbor kids, all they had the Super Nintendos and stuff like that. So, but I definitely did see the appeal of watching other people play video games. I totally understand the appeal of that, because I used to do that all the time. I'd go over to my friend's house and just watch his brother play the crap out of this game because he was just really friggin' good at it. See if we can find another rock formation around here. I'll back up. Find something. Barely used any gas. Get out of the way, cow. Move out of the way, cow. Back off. Alright. I think there might be some just actually down this hill. I'm definitely not afraid of red guys if there's one down there, because I got this beast of a machine. Definitely there's the trees and what. There's a node right there. What the? I was gonna say, I'm like, alright, this one's mine. This one might be a giant lag fest too. See if my machine bugs out. Gotta remember not to do too much. How's my CPU doing? Actually, my CPU has gone down. That's kind of nice. Ah, come on. Get in there. I don't know. Me and my wife were having this discussion about, if you had to do a top 10 of movies, which ones would you put on that list? And I'm just like looking at her list and how incredibly different it would be from mine. Because most of hers would be like comedies. And I wouldn't even maybe not even consider putting those in my top 10. Like she put Wayne's World is number 1 for her. But she also really loves that movie, so I could see why she would say that was her favorite movie. Most people probably wouldn't even put that in their top 10. But I also like that response because it's also a very honest response from her too as well. I think that was the appeal of that answer. And she was thinking I would put Citizen Kane on there or something like that. I'm like, oh no, I wouldn't put Citizen Kane as my number 1 movie of all time. Heck, I wouldn't even put Godfather as being my number 1 movie of all time. If I was gonna put a movie on there that meant something to me, I would probably put either Back to the Future, or probably most likely I would put Star Wars. And not the original Star Wars. I'm talking Empire Strikes Back would be my number 1 game. Oh yeah, let's bug out here. The machine's bugging out already, and I got way too many broken rocks. We better clean this up. Yeah, Cool Hand Luke. That's a good movie. That one had Paul Newman on there. I think my mom would probably pick, what was that movie called? Also had Paul Newman in it. Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid. What is going on here? What we have here is a failure to communicate. Yeah, Cool Hand Luke's a wicked movie. Definitely hear trouble around here. Alright, let's mow this down. Yeah, there he is. There's trouble. Right in the middle of a grind. Perfect. And kill this guy with mega lag. Probably just because I don't want him to bust my tire up. Alright. I think we might need to move that machine. This is getting bad. I'm at me 2 frames a second. There we go. Alright, let's move that out. In all honesty, I don't think I would know Yeah, I did, but he wasn't worth the spud. Push that out. Probably because lagging out because we're colliding too much, I think. Too much collision issues. Yeah, I could have probably just two-shotted him and it would have been over. Alright, break. Yeah. So to prove to people that we're not, it's never about how much power you have in here. So I'm looking at my CPU usage and it's at 75% right now. And I'm getting this much lag. So if anybody doesn't believe me, it's just the game. Just the engine they use. Oh, gotta be careful because if I do this wrong, am I gonna remove a part? Yep. Alright, let's back that out. Go in here and try to get all the goodies. Beauty. Alright. What we got? Not too bad. Not doing too bad. I have 4 frames a second. A joke. Let's try to take care of one at a time here. See what we can do. I think the problem is that I was trying to calculate too much. Get this thing spun around, get in there. Oh, now I'm at 100% CPU usage. Or why? Oh, BattleNet, that's why. Okay, never mind. Something's probably upgrading on there. I want to turn that off, I guess. Should really turn off all the background processes on here when I'm doing this. Utes. I must have been hidden underneath there. Let's get out of there for a second. Where did you come from, sir? Hey. You don't deserve special attention. Get lost. Some people don't deserve special attention. That's all these little parts I need to get rid of. Too many of them. That's why it's lagging out, I think. Give this a little hand, I guess. See if we can get rid of this lag. Whoop. Okay, I think what we're gonna have to do, we're gonna have to do this manually, is my guess. All these ones are just kind of getting in the way. In all honesty, I don't think we're getting too much metal out of this either. It's mostly been rock, hasn't it? Basically, it's 2.5 stacks of metal. Okay. Everybody must get copyrighted. Not like anyone's gonna rat me out on that copyright anyway. I'm just not that popular. I don't think I have that album though. Lately I've been kind of getting into collecting records lately. I only have one Bob Dylan record though. I think it's Highway 61 Revisited. I don't think that track is on there. I think that might be on Blonde on Blonde. I might be wrong on that. I'm not exactly the biggest or best music aficionado. I do like me. I do like Bob Dylan. I did that when I bought that album and actually listened to the entirety of Highway 61 Revisited. I did have a new appreciation for Bob Dylan. When I was younger, I probably heard his music and I did not care for it. Now, as I'm older, I can appreciate that music now. So yeah, I usually get a good. My music taste is more like CBGB stuff. Basically, anybody who came out of CBGBs, I got really into, like Talking Heads and Blondie, Ramones. I really like that kind of music. I got into Joy Division like really hard, like a couple months back. It's like this is the only thing I could listen to was Joy Division. But my music tastes are kind of like all over the place because I don't like listening to the same things. I think when I got in early 2000s when the Gorillaz came out or whatever, their first album, I was just like, I kind of like listening to like a weird mix mash of music. And that kind of like inspired me to go and listen to a lot of like older music. I'm talking like Marvin Gaye and stuff is another one I got really, really into. Yeah, I have a weird like for Marvin Gaye. Um, one album I need to get is like what was it? What's Going On? I heard is a really good album. And that movie, I think that album was a take on what was going on in the Vietnam War and his perspective, right? So it was like more personal about the things that was happening for him personally. I heard that's a pretty good album, but all I got is I think I heard it through the grapevine and Let's Get It On, the two albums that I have of his. And I kind of want more. Yeah, I think that as far as when it came down to rap albums, definitely like Lauryn Hill was like my go-to rap album. Beastie Boys was another. Electronica? Like, I don't know. Could you classify the Prodigy as electronica? I think so. It was almost like a mix of like a lot. Like I said, I grew up deaf when I was young, so it's like I kind of missed out on like the music hearing portion of it. It's not like I dislike music. It's just, you know, I can't really. I won't be able to sing because I can't hear that part of my voice. Like I sometimes I'm just like really shocked to hear how my own voice sounds because that's not what I hear when I hear it, right? It's kind of like I'm in disbelief that's what my voice sounds like. But I think a lot of people feel that way when you hear their own voice. Almost got rid of this node. Give me all the metal you got. Like I said, I did not really have a lot of money growing up, so for me to get to buy CDs was an incredible, huge luxury. I do remember the first albums I bought, though. Oh, which one is that one? Talking like body count? Yeah, I've never even heard of that one. You're right. Like, I remember when Snoop Dogg was talking about Slick Rick and stuff, and like, who the hell is Slick Rick? Ah, okay. You talking about the band The Underground, or just like underground music made him famous? I think there is a band called The Underground. Correct? Oh, underground music. Okay. I always thought it was funny that The Underground was like a really popular band. It's just, oh yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I know my friend Blaine, when he was in his metal band, he would be talking about all these bands I would like never even knew even existed, like Dying Fetus. He's a metalhead, so like, yeah, the mainstream of course sucks, but music isn't in the eye of the beholder, right? It's what you get out of it. It's like, right? And then sometimes some people just don't have that kind of like access to get the underground stuff too, right? It's like, well, what's one of the more popular genres of music? Well, it's country music, correct? Because people in the Midwest don't have like a lot of access to different types of music. So when you're listening to like radio and stuff, like I know every time I go and travel across the country, I find it very difficult to find a rock station or definitely an alt rock station for sure would be even more difficult, right? But there's plenty of country like radio stations you can get your hands on. So I think rock stations are a little bit more easier to come by because I was out in the middle of the sticks. I think I was out in Coleman, and I could still get like Lethbridge's rock station from out there. So, which is like at least probably about 2.5 hours away or whatever from Coleman or something. Maybe 2 hours, an hour and a half, maybe. I think it'll be easier to find more underground stuff because everybody's, anybody and their mother can get a. Yeah, and that's it. That's the thing. If there's no money to be made of it, then what's the point of doing it? And that's how they look at things, right? Like, no different than Twitch. If there was no money being made of it, so what's the point of doing it, right? I just do it because it's fun. But Twitch is probably making a ton of money, for sure, right? There's no money to be made, then you really don't have a business. You have a group, right? Yeah, I know. Like my alt rock station has to like advertise vasectomies and stuff like that on their station. So, which I thought was just like the words I would never hear in my life on a radio station is like an advertisement for a vasectomy. But we're at that point now that people are kind of scrambling to find ways how to make money now. Especially with the Spotify and everything, it's hard to. I think it's getting really hard to compete with those guys. And like I said, it's always going to end up to be one giant company in the future that's going to end up owning and everything. It's either going to be Disney, Google, or Amazon. Three places I think are going to own all the entertainment in the future. It's either going to be one of those three. And then they get to call all the shots, right? Be very careful. There's probably a red guy around here somewhere. Hey. Get lost. It's a sad state, though. We can't have entertainment unless there's money being made of it. Somebody's going to be making money even if you are like a small underground thing. Somebody's making money somewhere, right? Or they just wouldn't do it. The only people who are not making any money out of it are the street musicians that don't take any money off the street for playing their music. Ones who do it for free. What was it? The band Tool. They had a song. And I don't want to say the title of it, but basically it was about how somebody came over, and the song is basically about somebody coming over and telling how they sold out and blah 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 blah. It's like they sold out the first time they made a record. And they say that in the song. And then they basically, this guy went out, bought one, and he was like a big fan from like 92 or something. So saying that a band is a sellout is kind of ridiculous, because like they just kind of have to in order to be the big bands that they have to be. There's always a certain amount of selling out. As soon as you make an album, you're selling out. That's basically what they were saying. Even if it wasn't like a high selling album. Alright. You! Go away. I need to go in the basement. Someone's probably wrecking my stuff. Probably put that thing on the left. But there might be a tote bot down here. See one? Don't see one. Okay. All those other guys could probably just go ahead and attack my building. Telling you, every time I bring out vehicle here, what is going on here? You leave that alone. That's not cheap either. Now you put a hole in that too. Ah, bum. You know, I put a safety mechanism on that thing. Alright. Now I can fight. Pretty sure that tape bot came up from that ramp over there. No other excuse. Always end up running in and hitting that tap button. I think I just picked up a soil bag I don't want. Right, hold on here a second. You stop. Sorry, I was getting rid of a tab on there I don't want to use. These are a lot of air around here. A lot of you punks. Hi. Jeez, look at all of them. Uh-oh. Gotta eat. Gotta eat. Alright, let's round up all these robots. Jeez, look at all of them. How did so many spawn here? That's silly. That's bad. Just wish I had like one thing of like TNT or something. Just lay it on the ground and take a shot at it. It kind of looks like I'm holding a can of beer. I would not be surprised if this is the reason all my lag. I think there's like a whole bunch right here in this corner. Right. Beauty. All right. There's like 3, 4, 5. All right. Wonder if they're gonna have like a underwater gun. I have a feeling they'll probably make us go underwater for like a mission or something. This collection of these stupid things. Alright, let's see what I need to get out of my inventory. You need to go. I don't want you. I want you. I'm kind of surprised that the robots don't really create a lot of lag. Only when they're rolling. Only when they're ragdolling. Heads lying around. I always thought that these would probably create a lot of lag. All these heads just like sitting here. This will put that to my collection of tote bot heads that mindlessly collect. Alright, where is my lift? Tote bot heads everywhere. Don't want you in my world. Inventory full. That's you. I say nuts to that. In here? Nope. There's definitely something in this chunk that's creating a lag, and I don't think it's just my house. Alright, let's unload some of this stuff. Start a tote bot head collection here, just to free up some space. Alright, that should be all of it. Good, good, good. Unload some of this. So 4.5 stacks plus this instead. Create a little bit of lag, but whatever. I'm just freeing up some space. Free up a little bit of space for stuff. Alright, now we can unload. I think we should do a little bit of building. I'm going to break up the monotony. So, nope, that goes in there. I don't want all this in here. Kind of wanted to make that my component chest. throw it all in here. Not like it super matters anyway. Okay, we should probably make some burgers. Get this in order. Freebies! Should probably do something with that basement too. A lot of blank space in there. Put that away. Oh well. That's food. That. Now, put some of the stuff out of here. I really should probably start using these up because it's getting piled up. Getting a little too piled there. Keep hearing a tote bot being activated, but he hasn't come after my house yet. I think it's kind of weird. Yeah, these guys. Wonder why. Might have to make some more tomatoes. What? Definitely carrots. Can never have too many veggie burgers on hand. I feel like the veggie burger is kind of overpowered. And I feel like the pizza burger is underpowered. Because it takes a lot more to make a pizza burger than it does a veggie burger, I feel. Maybe they should change that. More of those. More of those. Gotta love that animation. From an animator to another animator, that animation for this robot is amazing. You need tomato. Let's face it, it's the only reason why I even do farming is just to make veggie burgers now. Turn that off. Turn right back on. That's super annoying. Turnip. Keep on calling these turnips, and I don't think they're turnips here. I think they're radishes. I'm out of carrots now. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna run out of carrots probably. I think that's enough for a while. I don't know, I already had some more backup. Yeah, I definitely don't need any more radishes. We're gonna need tomatoes, lots of carrots. Okay. I wish I had bigger fridges. These fridges look very European. As in, they're not small, they're not very American. Okay, so got that, yes. Yes, we should just do building. Just I was thinking maybe we should grind more, but eh. Get that nice and high. Blam! Okay, perfect. Alright, so after like lots of deliberation about what we're gonna do, kinda don't like these being sideways. I think we'll go with more vertical. We're gonna go with vertical windows with this. Just because I think it'll look a lot smoother. Now, that's going to be a huge pain in the butt because these things don't stack. Move those canisters too. Darn it. Dang, man. I guess we could throw some of those in there, I guess. I think that's the biggest drawback of like building with that stuff. Is that it's not gonna look right. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this a little bit smarter, I think. Oh, geez. Here comes the locals. You know what? Should do a little bit of farming too, because I'm running low on spuds. And while I'm here, and honestly, I don't care about the time of the day either. So we'll just do it. Not worry about what time it is, when to do it. I picked a rotten time to do this, though. Potatoes. Give it a quick water. I always seem to forget that. I love how these plants only don't just give you one potato, which is kind of nice. Yeah, this has got to change too. I've had to manually plant this. Actually, that's kind of my fault, I guess. I could probably make a an auto planter, but I'm just too darn lazy. 3 minutes. Okay. Probably have to get 2 raids out of this, but who cares? At least farming still has a purpose even after when you're done the game. You still need to eat, and you still need to produce ammo to defend yourself if you want to. Optional, of course. I need more spuds. Definitely going to be a farm bot raid. Yeah, if I had an auto planter, this would go a lot quicker. I think I won't do that until... because I was planning to redo the crops on here anyway. Beauty. Okay, perfect. 2 minutes. 2 minutes we fight. I want to rock. Rock you. Sorry, I still have that thing on my brain about the 80s metal. Oops. Now, the next question is about spacing. How far apart should I have each thing? Should be 1, 2, 3. Maybe make them 3 and then 1. Don't go all the way up. That's what I'm thinking. Still going to take probably the same amount of glass. Nope. Hard to determine how these things go. Backwards the other way. There we go. Yep, I think this is going to be a pain in the butt. What a pain. I feel like this needs to come over by 1. Take a look at it from a distance. Yeah, because I kind of have that 1 block gap between the door. And I kind of want a 1 block gap there. Yeah. Always thinking. I haven't talked to you since this morning. My whole crew was there this morning on that on the captain's stream there. All right. Robot time. Almost forgot about that. Come on. Am I stuck? Nope. Shut that door. Yeah, seems a nice, super nice dude. I was actually just chatting with him earlier. He followed, so it's kind of nice. I follow him, he follows me. All right. Not messing around here is probably, yeah, one of you. You are going to do the most amount of damage. The end of that raid. And that's why I'm making spuds. Right. Leave my stuff alone. You bum. You, red dude. You stay right there. Don't even look at me. If I even remotely even have that thing step even remotely close to my house, I'll mess you up. It's not right now. I don't have any ammo. Beauty. No damage to my house, so that's all good. Surprised the robot didn't jump in here. I had that door like wide open too. Very strange. What's this? Oh, leftovers. Leftovers I didn't make a home for. I was like looking at it, I'm like, what broke over here? Oh yeah, never mind. Just getting rid of some stuff. Guess we'll just have to do this old-fashioned way. Alright, I hear somebody attacking my stuff. Be a straight taupe bot around here somewhere. You could just respond over there really quick. Ah! You bum. That would have been gross. That would have been really bad. Actually, he did break something. Took out my... He totally took out the vacuum I had in there. Might have a spare somewhere, I think. I did not expect anybody to actually attack that. Nope. Let's see, what should I trade off? We'll trade off that one. That sucks. That was not a cheap thing. No, it was not on a tube. It was just directly attached to the... It was directly attached to it like that. Why did I design it that way? I'm going to cover that up. Because that just seems like a severe bonehead mistake on my behalf. Guess I'll never know if it's going the right way. Yep. Alright. That was... Yeah, pumps are very strong, but I also didn't know that that guy was attacking it until like way later. So... we will just come up with a temporary fix. So we do not have that happen again. I'd rather them ruin some pretty nice brick than ruin a perfectly good vacuum. Oh, Jesus, I'll have some morning coffee here. Now I'll drink that. Nothing wrong with a cold coffee. Collect all those. Yeah, I think I'll pretty that up a little bit later. Right now I'll just concentrate on the build. Even if I forget about it, at least it's like covered. Keep building in this laggy base. Ah. No. Yeah, I could probably do that, but like, yeah. It's fine. This is not the worst thing that's happened. I think I can live with that mistake a little bit. Nope. Okay. I think I want a bigger gap between the two windows here. Yeah, I think that'll look better. Yeah, they are haunting, aren't they? And daunting. Both. No, what do I need? Oh, yeah, I need some of this. Yeah, not a big fan of the inner part of it, but we can work with it. I like how low that window is, though. Dang, I had that right, too. Nope. Do they? That's probably why I'm lagging out here hard. All the time. That would explain a lot. Yeah, I made sure that they're all connected at least. Right? And they're not on any bearings or anything. I would not be surprised that's the reason why I'm lagging out hard here. Yeah, probably. I honestly just want to have. I just want to build a mega base. They'll fix that, right? And it might only get worse. Like, you can't have a game like this and then expect people not to make these giant builds. Like, that's just unreasonable in my eyes. Hey, where did that go? Did I not bring a whole bunch of... For some reason, I have... Yeah, I just keep on getting, like, worse and worse FPS as we go. Though that would explain a lot, because ever since I put in these things right here, I've been getting worse lag here. We'll see what it takes to... Yeah, probably also doesn't help that on my... I don't have that great a computer, and I'm just like... Probably should have used... Get a better computer. Well, just better CPU for multitasking. Nobody wants to do little builds. Come on. Oops. Just you wait. I have a feeling the devs are probably going to fix this lag pretty soon. You can't have this many complaints and do nothing about it. And it is like almost like, I hate to say it, like it's almost like October, and that's generally when they like to put out just the tests. Build anywhere around near the sides, eh? I think that might be too late. I've almost gotten to the point I just don't want to do mini builds. Okay. Get this. Let's see. Okay. Right, so 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. Perfect. I don't think it's just this build, though. I have a feeling. Because... Yeah, and I really do think they'll probably start working on it. They gotta. And that's wrong. Wow, Voltron build would be awesome. No Gundam, please. Voltron all the way. I feel like Gundam is kind of overrated. Yes. Let's see. Put that away. You know, I've been through a lot with the lag and everything, so it almost like it seems like you don't care about the lag anymore. It just doesn't really faze me anymore. I got my Thursday Discord already up now. You're only allowed to post on Thursday though. I had what's his name? Red Eye check it out for me. He says it's working well. So you want to check that out on my Discord? Go right ahead. Yeah, I think I'm at 99. Like, I have my task manager open. I'm looking at how much CPU usage I'm using, and like, scrap mechanics only using like 41%. So I keep telling everyone it's not about how powerful your CPU is when it comes down to this one. Just it's the program itself. Wow, I grabbed the wrong ones. Hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really help you on that one. I don't know what. I bet they were ticked. Yeah. I have no idea why Gundam is like the more popular of the two. Like, of course, I'm more of an Evangelion fan, so yeah. The only people who care are the ones who are like super passionate about it. So has this all grown yet? Doesn't look like it needs another watering quite yet. Where are we at? Yeah, our raid's gonna be pretty soon. 13 minutes. What time is it? Is it still morning? Totally still morning. Okay, never mind. We need more bricks. I think it's the initiative of building it. That's why. It's like how much effort are you willing to put into it? Even if it's like gonna run really poorly on your computer, like it doesn't. I think it's about how much work you put into it. Those. We're gonna have to make a crap load of those, I guess. That would be a super mega impressive build, right? We have the glass. Okay. Yeah, eliminated like a ton of like tote bots earlier. Just to see if they were causing some SPS issues. Gotta set fire to that PC or you're not doing scrap mechanic right. Better burn. I'm not really worried about my PC overheating now, because like I got this wicked cooler on here. I love my Be Quiet cooler. Come on. Right, here we go. Nope. Alright, let's see what that looks like. That looks pretty slick, actually. I like that there's no gaps on it. I wish I can get like parts like that, except for these corner pieces. And I can get like a good solid frame out of it. Yeah, that's it. Better FPS when you look this way and look this way. Bad FPS. I think that's the end of that soda. The gap is about right on it, I think. Then I can just use less stuff. You curious about my doors closing? I am going to paint that a different color so you can like kind of see it, but I kind of trimmed out this edge around it so it looks a little bit better. Yeah, like surprisingly, this doesn't like really affect it too much either. You would think. I have a hunch though. It's all this stuff in the basement. Like all this stuff. If you look at how much connections I have down here, like it's kind of like way too much. But you look over here, it's like nothing, right? And like I said, if I look over here, it's always that. Plus this thing is a lag machine too. Yeah, it's definitely the farm. And I think I will simplify the farm, actually. In a future time. Right now, I just want to have fun building. Like when I built this yesterday, I'm just like, yep, this is what the interior is going to look like. That was like the moment of truth for me. Okay, so what do we got? I need bricks. I gotta have bricks somewhere. Actually, I think they're in the... I think I took all the bricks out of there now. Some there. Like I can't make any more anyway. Actually, I think I know where my bricks are. I think they're back at the garage, future garage site. So I think let's get this out of here. Yeah, I definitely would, in the future, will not build a base where my farm is. That's definitely for sure. I agree with you. I know I initially, when I started doing the stream in my series, that I actually built my farm on a large base, like on an island, and I was gonna have the base off the island. And I was like, such a pain to like. There was just too many things, and then I saw the plant over there, and just like, no, I'm building on that. I have to build on that. I looked at it and I fell in love with it. I'm like, nope, gotta build on that. Because I just saw the potentials of one, protecting it, right, and trying to defend from it, and what I could build on it, right, and where the location is, because it's like pretty close to a lot of things here too. Like it was close to a lot of hey, come back here. I see you. Going to grind you. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like I'm gonna put all my vehicles here. That's why I have like a little bit of lag going on. But in all honesty, it's not as bad as the base. Like as long as the vehicles aren't touching each other, it's fine. But like I said, they will optimize, probably most likely optimize the game very soon. And I think that will probably be a game, like literal a game changer for everyone, because they're gonna see if they can get that. Like we're so used to like having such a crappy frame rate that we're gonna try to push it to get it back to that frame rate again, right? If you know what I'm saying. Because we're just so used to it. Birch. Thirsty. Uh-oh. Burger me. Yeah, I had a lot of plans too, but it's just like I didn't think this one building here would eat up so much of my time. Yeah, I'm just so it's a little bit limiting. And I think it's just because I've been playing Minecraft for so many years and I can kind of almost build anything in that one now. That now when I play this game and just like I just see so much limitations. Like that red bot, how he's kind of wandering all over the place. You. We have growth. I think we'll give that a quick little water and just get it all done. Because I can sure use some potatoes. Aren't even done yet. Bet you if I water it. Oop. Nope. 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 Not that one. Quite done yet. Those ones definitely got done. Why's this one taking so long? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't think it's all about efficiency now. trust you. I'm talking about that robot over there. Just don't trust him over there. Alright, so... Where'd all my stuff go? Get rid of some stuff here. Carrots in my inventory. Don't want. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's go. Or the ultimate Rube Goldberg machine. I think, who was it? Red Eye was on here, and I was like, he wanted to go and make a Plinko machine. Right? You want to do that one, I'm just like, wow, that's going to be a giant lag fest, too. I don't think that one's going to be very... Though, incredibly cool idea. I like the idea of it. That's for sure. But, incredible lag fest. He's going to use farmers to do it. I'm just like, that's a great idea. I want you to do that. Oops. Scrap mechanic is not made for people with big ideas. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, I think I have that too low anyway. It's just like looking at this one over on this end. I'm like, yeah, no, that needs to be higher. Yeah, I also suggested like maybe not use farmers. Like I said, I think a lot of people have like a lot of ideas. I think it's just the program's holding them back, right? Like I said, scrap mechanic is not made for people with big ideas. Okay, so here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about the right height. Is that the right height? Yes. This is going to be very tedious, but I kind of knew that was going to happen anyway. I think I might do these windows on one side, like this, and maybe the other side, but I might not do it on all sides, depending on how it goes. I kind of don't want to give up on this project either. I'll go until my computer explodes. So were they writing in it? That's awesome. Okay. No, I'm gonna have to build this. Yay high. Okay. And the same up here. Yeah, that'd be kind of awesome if you can make a giant. I think we could probably do it too. Using suspension glitches and stuff, and make kind of like a spherical ride, basically, like a round ride. Good for him, man. Yeah, that's a clever idea. I like that. I applaud clever ideas. Jeez, I don't have very much concrete. I thought that was going to be enough for a bit. Guess not. Okay, how thick do I make this? Oops. Gonna have to make some rails there eventually. Okay, so 1, 2. Oh, I messed up. Yeah, I messed up. Crap, maybe I can get this off as one piece and just weld it. I think I can. Yeah, sweet. Welding tool saves the day again. No, I have not. Oh, we should probably harvest all this. Because we have a raid coming. I think I got enough ammo to just defend the base. Who needs a spuddling gun when you just need one shotgun? Well, I'll live. Thanks. Sounds like a good idea. Maybe throw in some bots just for extra measure. So you get flipped over, you got like a raid of bots on you. Kind of curious. Nay. Not for you to play with. Ammo. I feel like these hay bots should just instantly attack you when you hear the click click. They go at you harder and like, oh, you're out of ammo, I'm gonna get you. Ah! You're the last one, eh? Yeah, because you know, like the terrain is like not super awesome either. So I would imagine that's pretty tricky. Ah, okay. Nothing like dead cows. Good choice. How much I hate these Topod heads. That sounds like a severe undertaking. At least he didn't build it in survival. Here. You did do it in survival? Oh, okay. Never mind then. You did use dev mode. Come on. Like, I can see you playing in survival, but, like, getting all the resources for that? Come on. That's how you said. It was just like, you can't get all those stuff unless you have to dev mode it. I'm waiting for the day that we don't have to dev mode anything. We could just get them naturally with no lag. That is the day I'm waiting for. Yeah. I haven't cheated once yet. And be a bad boy, get the hand slap. Let's see. I'm going to have to make more crap, aren't I? Yes, I am. Okay. Yeah, I have yet to have to cheat in this game. I haven't cheated in a game since Grand Theft Auto 3. Not that that's a bragging thing or anything, it's just... I'm kind of tempted to do that with this red guy over there. Actually, I should probably check the basement. I think all of them got harvested, yeah. Yeah, we'll just leave that in there. I can definitely simplify this, that's for sure. What the? Something shooting? I just heard shooting. One of these ones. This one. That's the one that was shooting. Yeah, okay. You don't do that. I might have hit that by accident. Nice. Sorry, I was just reading your comment. I got concentrated on something broken that I did. Let me just read your comment right now. Alright, where was I? Oh yeah. Let's go get supplies add in here. There's all the hard-earned bricks that I made. Nope, nope, no. That one. This one. Yeah, no, it's gonna fill that up with wood, I think. That's why I play solo, man. I play solo. Because I could always give myself something to do that's kind of like important. Oh, the lag vest. Time is it? Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at my clock just to make sure I'm not overdoing it, because I don't want to overdue playing this game. Try to make sure that I'm like a good balance between how many hours I'm playing on this. Sometimes that just gets away from me. And I'm on vacation, but at the same time, this is not the only thing I want to do with my vacation time. Here. Oop, there we go. Yeah, it does. And then you start dreaming about it, and that's like, And then you just become exhausted because that's all you've been doing. I played a game. Oh, what was the game I played? I think it was Minecraft that I played for so long. I started dreaming about it, and that was the period of time I was just like, all right, that's it. You're getting turned off for like a couple months. Because I like overdid it. I think that was just a breaking point for me. I'm like, nope, can't do this. I remember when before I even met my wife on my vacation, I had like no money and nowhere to go, and I would just play games on my vacation. I remember sitting down and playing Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and started playing it roughly around 8 o'clock at night. And I beat the game. I looked at the clock. It was like 4 in the morning. And honestly, at that time, I did not care. So, got to come up with a better balance for myself, right? Metal here. That back in here. Definitely gonna have to make some more of that. So it's important to like kind of like go outside, take a walk, chill out. If you're getting frustrated with the game, step away, move on, do something else. Right? Because it's just not worth it. Not worth the frustration. I think it was doing way more than that. More of a gap. There. I think that's where the gap starts. Yeah, you gotta come out with a better. See, like, I'm all for like playing video games for long periods of time, but you have to have like a number two thing to do, a second hobby, basically, to balance that other major hobby out. Having one hobby is not enough. Having two hobbies is probably better. That's why I'm going fishing. So I'll have like this whole week. I'm gonna be probably streaming on my free time, but the week after I probably won't have any streams. Just so I can have that proper balance. Yeah, going to go camping, so no internet here and no computer around, so fishing and relaxing. Whole crap load of those now. Definitely don't want to press the infinite button on there. Sure. The two wives thing, I don't think I would do. I don't want to disappoint two people. That's what I always say about that one. It's just like you want to disappoint two people at the same time. I don't think I want to do that. I already disappoint one. One's good enough for me. Doop, 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 doop. Give that to me, please. Thank you. I had it too. That one. There we go. It's hard to figure out where these things are. The face of it is. I never figure it out. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to read that comment and try to do this at the same time. It's hard for me to do that, so yeah. I actually that farting in the grocery store just actually reminded me of the story of my uncle, when he was with his wife at the grocery store. And my uncle, he kind of likes to like wander off and just kind of, do his thing, just look around while my aunt like just kind of does her shopping or whatever and pays no mind to him. There's this one time they were going through the shopping, and all of this is just trying to find him, and she's like, Dave, where are you? She's wandering around the store, and all of a sudden she gets down to one aisle, and just my uncle Dave just like boots it, just starts running down this aisle, and he's like, we gotta get out of here, It's like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? She's just, and this other lady walking down this aisle starts walking down, and it's just like she hit a brick wall. Just this rotten face of like, oh my god. He's like, I farted. It's just like, so they both just like leave it there, and he just basically crop dusted that whole aisle, just ruined it. Probably killed all the taste of the food in there too, probably. But I always thought that was just hilarious. just pictured like this like 50-year-old man just bolting down this aisle because you left this huge humongous fart in there. Yeah, I would do that and have absolutely no shame. I would just like leave it there and just watch the passersby and to do anything. I actually did that the other day. It wasn't a fart though. It was just this really, really bad BO. And just like, dude, you can't go to like hot yoga and then come like to the store and not expect anyone to like just pay no mind to the stink that you just left behind. Sometimes I just think people are just like totally oblivious to that kind of stuff. Like, how do you not know, right? You think about it. And I work in a grocery store, so like this is not like a one-time thing. This is like our frequent occurrence. Like, and it's usually like old men that are like that. But this time it was like a younger woman. And I'm just kind of like, oh, jeez, man. Good lord. Like, just be aware that we can all sniff you. That needs actually had that right first time. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, my Uncle Dave is a funny guy. He did a few things that are just kind of like questionable in the sense, and just like, how did your wife not kill you yet? And he's not even my blood uncle, right? So he's like, like my Aunt Pat's like my blood relatives, and it's her husband. Like, I remember he wanted a new television, and his wife's just like, "There's nothing wrong with this television. We can just keep it as it is." So he went in the back and he got like a what was it? It was basically something that you put into the plug-in of it, and he basically put too many amps in it and he blew out the television on purpose. But he made her turn it on, right? It kind of reminds me of the what was it, Shaun of the Dead, where he just says sorry to him, and they just have it both. I giggle because they both fart. One of them farted, and all they just say is sorry. I'm like, that's like true friendship right there. When you can just crop dust your friend, and they're just kind of like, ah, that's you. That time it was you. I made that too thick too. For shame. For shame I did that. But let's face it, we all done stupid things. You can't go through this life without doing something stupid. And you can't have regrets doing it either. Like, that makes absolutely no sense to have regrets about that. If you don't like where your station is life, then you might have regrets, I guess. But I don't have those anymore. I used to think about the stupid things I used to do and just like, ah. And I look at it now and just like, no. I think the worst one that when I was doing deliveries for this company, like drywall deliveries, so we used to deliver drywall to people's houses. And I think the worst one that we did was, it wasn't me, and I don't think I was there for it either. Yeah, because come to think of it, it wasn't me that was on this one. But basically, there was 3 guys in in this vehicle. I think it was Scott, Jeremy, and someone else. I think it was a new guy. It was a rookie that we basically had on there. And it was a hot day. It was like, it had to be like at least 40 degrees out. You could do that like Fahrenheit versus whatever. I don't know what the difference between the two is, but basically it was like the equivalency of like 100 degrees, right? So it was like really hot, and they let out this huge fart in there, and they rolled up all the windows and they cranked the heat. So you think, being stuck in a place, now picture being stuck in a place where it was that hot in there, right? And that smelly at the same time. Like, these guys don't like, their diet consisted of like mostly meat. I think, like, I remember ordering a meat pizza, and it was like an extra large meat pizza, and one of those guys just finished one of those. Yeah, I think it might have been Ryan. Just this big, fat, disgusting, sweaty dude delivering drywall, and his diet consisted nothing up but meat, creating this foul, putrid odor. And that was one of the nice stories about them. I'm pretty sure I can find some worse stories I probably would not like to share with you, but that one was, from what I heard, was pretty gross. I was I was lucky not to be in there, where they were constantly farting in a hot truck. And they couldn't escape because they were like driving, right? So poor guy. Yeah, some rookie. It might have Jeremy might have been the rookie that did it. I think he was brand new at that point. Way to initiate a guy, I tell you that. Disgusting. Okay. I think I might build some temporary scaffolding so I could do this a little bit better. Yeah, I think I might do that. Make my job a little bit easier. Dang. Might not look pretty now, but at least be easier to work with. I need those bricks. So I can use those. I liked working with those guys, though. Everybody in there, we all got along with each other. Yeah, we have our quirks that you don't really like about some certain people, but generally, all in all, I really liked working with those guys. We had fun. I think that's a rare circumstance where you go to a job and you have fun with the people you work with. But it was also one of those jobs I could like never make a living off of. So, it's like, had to move on. unfortunately. And that business was not really doing that well at that point either. Spent more time sitting around waiting for something to happen than actual stuff happening. So that place was just eventually doomed to fail. It's just the economy at the time. It was during that housing crash, basically. So no more houses were being built. So I think I was just hitting 30 at that time. I think I was like 27 or something. And thinner. Now I am a larf. Most people would probably think about that as being their glory days. I always hope to God I don't have to like think about something that happened 20 years as being my glory days. You always have something to look forward to. If you don't, you're not in a place where you should be, probably. Let's see. Three. Perfect. Okay. I'm pretty sure Bambi is more wondering why he's still adopted. Other than worrying about that part. Why am I by myself? Why did the humans kill my master? Sorry, that's just my morbid way of thinking, I guess. Less worried about that part. He's more worried about why we killed his mom for food. Imagine like, if animals actually thought about what we do to them. I always like kind of wondered what they would feel. And I know that's kind of like, what the what vegans and all them kind of like try to push on us, but I do kind of like wonder about that. Like if it was the opposite way, right? And I know I had a coworker, like being a butcher myself, right? I do really do think that animals can sense when murder is afoot. Like when you get to a slaughterhouse, I do think that animals can sense that kind of stuff. As dark as that sounds, I really do feel that they know that, right? Not to get off topic on that part, though. Sorry, it's just my brain is like I'm doing kind of like really mundane stuff, and my brain is like kind of like going the other way. So you have to excuse me. Sometimes my mind goes into dark, weird places. Ah, man, is that it? Yes. You think aliens maybe live out in space because like they destroyed their own planet? You're like looking at us like, they're making the same stupid thing mistakes we made. I think it's also funny that, like when we talk about aliens, we still have this idea that they're kind of like more humanoid than we are, right? Like they still have like arms and legs and eyes. Like we still recognize it as being something that's like human. It is. Got more stuff in here? Give me my stuff. Alright. You are getting one of those. I'm wondering if they'll ever like create a fart powered like car and run off like our own gases. Who needs electric cars, and when you got fart powered cars run off our own methane? Instead of like where the driver's seat is, there's just like the driver's seat, except there's a little hole in there, like a little suction cup or something, kind of like a little vacuum for the butt. People will be eating beans more frequently. Bean production will be like skyrocketing. Like, I got to get to work. Give me those boxes of beans. Give me them. Elon Musk needs to go on figure out a different way. I think he's going in the wrong direction. Beauty. This is going to be so time consuming, but so worth it when it's done and painted. I think the worst part is going to be painting this thing. Maybe. Yeah, that's a thought. We already have like, fecal processing plants, right? You already eat the food. See, my always thought is that, that kind of like innovation doesn't happen unless we're in another like giant war. I think I've said this before, where our technology increases when we have giant wars because we're willing, government's willing to spend more on technology to kill people. And I don't think we're in a giant war anymore. Not like I'm advocating war here. I think we should just like advance things because we want to and make our lives better. Maybe. What happened to cold fusion? Are we not talking about cold fusion anymore? We just given up on cold fusion? Curious. You know what I think actually what it needs to be in order to, like, I think we need to find ways to use energy more efficiently, right? Has less to do with, like, um, finding ways how to make more energy, but just using it more efficiently, right? Like I do it in this game, right? I don't try to make more drills or more, you know, saws or whatever to cut down a tree. I just try to find a way to make it more efficient, right? Not saying that I'm the one who's going to come up with the solution for this problem, but just a thought. Once again, doing the more mundane things, my brain just kind of like runs wild. I have a tendency to overthink a situation pretty badly. Sometimes I can get it right on the head. Sometimes. You know what I'm really worried about? Once I get all this done, which honestly it won't be that bad because I'm going to have to reuse this, that how busy this top wall will be and how blank the bottom wall will be. Kind of thinking about that. The machine costs more than a result. How can it persist if no longer such? The answer is in the math of that, I guess. Yep. Agreed. That's a great quote, by the way. I don't know who said that. You'll have to tell me, or if you just thought of it yourself and you can take credit. That less is sometimes more kind of thing. Then you may take credit for that, sir. You may put that on a plaque. I congratulate you. That is a very good quote. One, two, three. Oh, you know what I didn't think about? I did not think about whether or not this is going to be symmetrical when I get to the end. I think it might be one of those things I might just have to ignore or just make one window bigger and hopefully nobody notices. Or shorter or whatever. I should have did that first. It's true. They built the pyramids. They built the Colosseum without having the technology we have, and we could never replicate that. Right? I've actually seen the Colosseum. It is a spectacular building. I think that whole Italy trip I have just incredibly fond memories of. Just everything about that trip going there was great. And it was kind of like an eye opener for me because I was kind of like at that point in my life where I was kind of like in a bubble, right? And then after that trip, I was no longer in that bubble. I got to see how other people live and kind of like thought about how we're kind of like thinking about doing things backwards, right? Something I think about kind of every day. And I'm very grateful my wife took me out because she was the traveler, right? And she is still the traveler, and she still likes going out and going places and whatnot. But she did really help me get out of that bubble, right? I always like kind of like sneer a little bit about how some people just like they've never been outside of where they live, right? And they talk about how grand their life is, and just like, well, how do you know that how great your life is if you haven't been anywhere else, right? Because like not everything you see on the TV is going to tell you how great your life is, right? You can get stuck in that bubble, I guess. I kind of don't want to be in that bubble anymore. I kind of really miss traveling because of that. Mind you, that Italy trip was like the only time I've ever been overseas. And there's even some places my wife will dare not want to go. We both have an agreement that we really don't want to go to India because there's only just a few things in India that would be worthwhile seeing. But definitely have a coworker from like Sri Lanka. And it's interesting how he feels, coming living where he lived and living where he lives now. But also that guy's like a workaholic. He works like way too much. And I think that's just because of his upbringing. Also, he does take. He's a very intelligent person, but he takes on very medial jobs, right? Like he's has a lot of potential to do other things, and he's kind of starting. So he's gonna eventually be a butcher, but right now he's just kind of a rapper or whatever. But he does do like these kind of like minimum wage jobs, and he could do so much more. And I think it's just because the lack of education, or is the education that he's got given where he was from, does not translate well over here. Yeah, military. I know a lot of people have like really, like I said, I like totally like the people who take on those jobs because they're willing to sacrifice your lives to like do the job they're in. I would, like I said, I would rather have them and not use them than you know having to have another war. But it's also like a really good opportunity for other people to see what's out there, right? Like, you can get a job that does too much of that. I know my father-in-law, like, he met his wife on a well, my wife's dad, and I think this is why they travel a lot, because they basically met when they were on a trip to, not even together, they were like basically all on the other side of the world, and that's how they met. And they both lived like in Canada, right? Yeah, so it's kind of interesting how that goes. Let's see how it looks. Oh, that's looking slick. I almost need to put something like this here, not exactly like that. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna remove these bottom pieces right here, and I think I'm gonna put like a little ledge of wood there. I'm still gonna have these curved pieces on the top, right? And just have like this little ledge of wood underneath it. And it's not a big deal because I am going to probably reuse like anyway. Yeah, I think that looks better. Yeah, Google Maps and Google search. But I always say like reading a book on this or a seeing a picture of the Sistine Chapel has nothing, not even remotely as close as actually seeing it in person. Just those walls. Like I've seen it in person, and like pictures don't even do justice. Same with the Mona Lisa, from what Alicia tells me, my wife. She she's like, yeah, no, like seeing the Mona Lisa in person is a little bit different than seeing the Mona Lisa in a book. And I agree. After seeing the Sistine Chapel, I totally agree with that. That was a perfectly realistic statement. Not even close. You are getting sketchier and sketchier every time I see you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave that ledge on there and then just repurpose these, and then I don't want to make any more. Well, I'll probably still have to make more for the other side, but like I said, not going to waste. I am running out of stone. The thing that astounds me is that Michelangelo was not originally a painter, and it's really hard to like kind of switch that art form from being a sculptor to a painter. That's for sure. Being an artist myself, I don't think I could sculpt anything, but I could probably learn how to do it. It's no different than any other craft out there. You just learn. You just have patience and the passion to do it, and you can learn how to do something different. The thing that you want to do, you just have to have the patience and the commitment to do it. Right. All right. Let's go and make some more concrete. So that do we have? Not very much. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a bunch of those. And that's getting kind of low. Yeah, desire. Yes. The only thing that holds you back is you, right? Yeah, you can't really blame other people for, you know, when you can't do something. It's only you that says that you can't do something, right? I don't believe in the whole it's not meant to be thing. I think that's kind of a cop out. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm going to use these as markers, I guess. Whatever I got left here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start there. That's the little box I have left. Oh, the next one's going to be a huge grinding session again. I know it. I think it's okay to say that you don't like something, though, too, right? Because then it's like you get a chance to, like, figure you out, right? Figure out the things that work for you and don't work for you, right? One, two, 4. Oops. How did I fall down there? Whoops, fell over. How many we in? We're in 4 hours of this. On this one wall. You know how I said the only thing holding back is you. You know what's holding me back on this? It's the game. Actually, the lag has not been that bad lately. Still pretty bad, but could be a lot worse. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4. Oh, that is so close. What was it on the other side? I wonder. Hmm. That might be really, really, really close. And it actually might be symmetrical. That's the thing I was getting kind of excited for. I was getting excited for symmetry. I got 1. Ah! Yes. Well, no, it's still 1. No, that's not quite right. I don't think anybody's going to notice on that corner. Well, since I pointed out, people are going to notice it now. If people watch the video, I'll notice it, but I think I could live with that. That's why you should always measure your stuff out. Hmm. Yeah, that is really busy up there. Of course I'll notice. I always notice. It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna be like, ah! I think at some points I'm gonna have to learn to just like live with it. And I think that's just one of those things I'm just gonna have to live with. Not the end of the world. Sometimes you just have to let stuff go. Plus, actually, doing the wood on here, it's a little bit of an advantage too. So if I do want to get like high up, I have like a little bit of a ledge to stand on, still fire from the bottom if I really want to. All right, so here. Almost there. I'm gonna get this wall done, and I think I'll call it a day. I should need make lots of these. Paint it. I haven't decided on the color scheme on the outside. That's the problem. I'm thinking I haven't decided the outside colors. I don't want to do red because of it just be too much. Don't want to do green. Definitely don't want to do turquoise. So I want to make it like the opposite colors of the stuff that's around me. So that leaves either a dark blue, yellow, and I don't want to do yellow because everything in scrap mechanic is bloody yellow. So I don't want to do yellow. So nuts to yellow. Yellow should die and be thrown in a pit. And I don't want to do orange either. But no orange. Yellow or orange is definitely not in the color palette for this. So, let's see. What can we use? Purple. Good old Bob Ross. I love Bob Ross. The purple. I think purple. You know, we could just keep on with the 80s aesthetic of it and just go purple and pink and just do that neon, whatever there is. Like kind of trendy. These like 3 colors to do stuff. Kind of don't want to do that. Don't want to do gray because that's boring. Yeah, I think purple and whatever color I'll use as like kind of an accent color I'll probably use. So that's what I'm thinking in that round. That could change later on. No paint today, and I have some paint. But once again, another grind session of doing so much paint is gonna have to happen. I think I might just clear cut a forest and just try to find one with like the most amount of paint in it and just do that one. And that'll be easier for me to get paint a little bit because there won't be anything in my way. But no, yellow needs to die. No yellow. Default scrap mechanic colors, yellow, barf. It works though, at least. It gives you initiative to like paint it a different color. So at least it's got that going for it. Gives you a reason why not to do. Actually, did it do all these? I think it did all that. Did it? Sorry, I was like thinking about the concrete. I think it did. Yeah, it did do all those. So another grinding session to go get this. Right? I got enough blocks in here, but I'm using them all these for this. Yeah, we're gonna have to get more metal. Yeah, orange is definitely another one. I declare war on orange as well. Orange sucks. Like, I hate all the colors in here, but at the same time, you don't want to paint anything until like it's like at least complete enough that you would be happy with. So I don't know. I just yellow can kiss my butt. The whole thing. Should put that scaffold back up. Ah, noisy things. Yeah, I don't paint my bearings because most of the time I usually use thick pipes and everything, and they all get covered up anyway. So the chances of me seeing those bearings is like whatever. I don't bother painting them; it's a waste of time. I'm gonna have to find a home for all this stuff. I want to do enough. Actually, I'll just do the whole thing. I got enough. At least I can get started on it. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need these under here. Ah. Now I gotta find a home for all this. So now I was second guessing myself doing this. Once again, making those bad decisions. These will get used anyway, so no biggie. And even if it does look a little busy up there, I don't think that bothers me as much as I thought it would. I think it looks neater because of it. It looks a little bit more special. I gotta remember I'm dumping these randomly in here too. I'll forget. Nobody remembers where they actually put all their stuff. You'll pull your hair out one day. Kind of like eyeballing these. I think I eyeballed them pretty good too. Where we at? Okay, that's good enough for now. See here, let's see this one. And that one, we'll get this done quick. And then we can start crafting all those. I just need enough, like at least 250 blocks, I think. Just to like fill up that spot there. Yeah, it probably drives a lot of people nuts to have almost everything still on like default colors. Probably, most likely. Let's see if I could do this from underneath. Oh. I need you. Come back. Give me back my I-beam. Oh, nope. Wrong one. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Okay, got it. Got it. I was thinking of putting turrets on the corners of this building, and I'm like, nope. We won't bother. I don't think it's needed. I'm just feeling like I'm 100% capable of defending this base without having to resort to putting up too many traps. I'm all about the build now. I think probably in chapter 2 I'll probably have my farm and I'll have all the traps and stuff in there. And then I'll build like my working base at a different spot and just kind of have like a transport vehicle or whatever to move all my equipment for the build or whatever. I think I'll do that next time. Already planning for something that's not even here yet. I'm guessing probably a month. We'll probably have tests coming up. I feel an announcement is on its way. Wait, now we're going to put all these. Great. The base is getting near to completion, though. Kind of trying to, like, not call it a farmhouse, even though it is kind of a farmhouse. My crops are in the basement, so we can probably call it a farmhouse. Where are we at? Okay. Not doing too bad. On concrete. I think the vacation was good for them. Keep on hearing different, whether they have a 12-person team or a 20-person team. Does anybody actually know how many people are working there? Does Axelot know how many people are working there? 12. Yeah, I keep on hearing 12 and then 20. I heard 20 at one point. Maybe they got rid of like some artists that they didn't need. Because like those guys look like the artists were working, putting out stuff like the developers like, whoa, we haven't even discussed this yet. And yeah. Like the, what was it? Like the junkyard and stuff and all this other stuff. Like they were announcing all this other stuff that they were going to work on. And They were like almost like the artists were like ahead of the development team. That's what it felt like, at least at one point. Randomly putting stuff in boxes. That's the end of it. Do these ones now. That'll be more than enough for now, I think. How much potatoes do I have? Why do I have so many of these? Yeah, probably because of that raid. That's why. Alright. Let's grab a few of these. At least we'll get started on something. I honestly don't even need that many right now. I'll leave this open so I can like build in there. I used all the blocks I had. Okay. Alright, well, we'll work on the interior while that's cooking. You know, I don't know what it's like to work in a game developer's office, so I can't really say. Like I said, I don't like giving them too much crap. But I think maybe they put themselves on vacation so they could fix the lag issue. And I think they really have to rack their brain around that. I bet you any money they'll probably prioritize that. Like, how long were they on vacation for? Wonder. Yeah, this is going to be too narrow. I might have to widen that up. Ah, okay. So that's where I'm getting the 20-person team from. Okay. Yeah, because they have like they publish Raft as well, right? So they probably have to work on that one too, I believe. Because they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, right? Okay. Want to look at that from a distance? That's like a little weird. Got the 3 there and then the 1 there. Ah. You're totally right. I'm gonna totally notice that, but I think I could probably cover that up somehow. I'll figure out a way. I don't even think I have enough glass to do this entire project yet anyway. Where are we at with that? Yoink. My supplies is putting away. I would, but like the angle on there would be so awkward. Like it would only be good for like a certain radius, right? Like if I have it pointing down, there's only so much you can like point down until like you're just going past the wall. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to kind of do the trap on it anymore. I'm just like, I'd rather just see how nice of a building I can make. That's kind of where I am mentally at right now. Okay, so here. Let's into that, I guess. Now we can make the other things. Statue. Yes. I could put a statue there. You know, actually, would look kind of neat if I could probably do. Make a gargoyle there or something. If you want to do statues. Gargoyle in the corner. No one's gonna. Instead of like trying to obstruct it, maybe we should just make more people look in that general direction. Just a thought. Gargoyle. We'll think about that one later. What was it? Oh yeah. Okay, I need these. Running a load on it. Yeah, I think I'll do the gargoyle. And depending on how it goes, I want to see what how big of a gargoyle I should make. Yeah, I always come up with good ideas. I might not be today. I might do that tomorrow. I might go into creative and just like play around with the design of a gargoyle. I think I'm putting like right on the corner would actually be kind of awesome. It would look really weird. Like at that point, I might as well just paint this whole building black then, right? Like if I put a gargoyle there, black and another color. See, there's the colors that like people would probably slap on a car, right? But has anybody actually thought about putting it on a building? Like black? Black and then like a really dark gray or something, right? Maybe. Black and the purple. I think I found the two colors I want. I want to do this purple and this black for the building. I think I figured it out. I'll have to remember that. I might change my idea, but I think that's would be solid if I do it that way. And plus it'll look way... Yeah, neon blue would work. I kind of want to use colors that, like... Well, there's such a limited color palette there. But at the same time, I kind of want to put like a unique spin on it. I want to put my initials on it. Let's just put it that way. I want to put something on there that's just like, yep, I made that. And it's just paint. So like, if it doesn't work out, I could just like make... Yeah, it might be. Who knows? But you know, also is an incredibly huge headache is looking at this texture of this of this wall. It would be nice that I didn't have to look at the texture of this. I really do. I've said this yesterday. I hate this. I hate this texture of this level. Yeah, you should use light with. Yeah, but also you'd be really neat if I you start using headlights or something to shine light upwards. So I'm thinking about that too, which would be kind of awesome. Just so you can do those highlights. So I have a feeling that the lights create more lag. Most likely they do. You can't. I don't think you could put anything in there without creating more lag for it. I think that's just a risk I'm gonna have to take, I guess. Yeah, and that's probably the reason why I have lag here too, because like I got a lot of lights. I wonder if I took all the lights out of here, if that would like change. I always like just keep on wondering what I could take out of here to like kill the FPS, like, well, to make the FPS better. And you know what? I'm gonna say that's not gonna be my problem. That's the developer's problem. He's gonna have to fix that for me. I'm gonna be the jerk, take the jerk way out of this. I'm not gonna make this my problem. I'm just gonna work with what I got. Parts. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Wow, this is a really long session. Yeah, there's really not going to be any win. I think I might slap the lights on there and see how much FPS when I'm like done doing the build. And the same with the painting. Like I don't want to do it until like I'm finished the build. But this interior I want to kind of like have it blue and white. Because that doesn't really bother me to have like a black building and then walk in here to like a blue and white one. My rooms in my house are very multicolored. Like the room I'm in right now is actually green. We got rid of most of the beige in the house. The real life default color, beige. I like it. I do care what other people do think about it, but at the same time, if I like something, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what other people think about it. I like it. And I appreciate the support on it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I might. Here and here. I think we need a couch for this game too. Almost there. I think it's just this one left. No, I got two left. And I'm happy I don't have to do another grind for it too. which is a positive. Yep. I'll definitely design that gargoyle tomorrow. I'll probably come up with something sweet. That's just how my brain works. Now it's officially set on the gargoyle. It'll be like kind of a... Yeah, I'll build one and then I'll have to build them on all the other ones. Definitely I'll probably use pipe pieces for sure. In the end, you'll probably have to use your imagination at least a little bit. Inky. No, I was gonna name him Jim Bob. We'll give this gothic looking thing the most redneck name I can come up with. Cletus. The slack-jawed yokel. Yeah, Clem is up there too. Anything when you can combine a normal name and then combine it with like another name, like Jim Bob, Billy Bob, Bo, Bo Bob. You get that like really redneck laugh going on, like the like kind of almost like Goofy from like Disney cartoons. Daryl. We don't talk about Daryl. He's the black sheep of the family. That in there. Continue on with the wood in the inside. I'll take a gander at what it looks like in a minute. And at that point, we'll call it a day, I think. Playing this game for almost 5 hours now. Long time to play a game. I shouldn't really complain about redneck names because my sister has like the biggest redneck name ever. Her name is Joe Ellen. But it's spelled like one name. But everybody thinks it's like two. And all the regulars that show up too. Not just you, Mandel. But I also do like your company. Yeah, I think the captain showed up this afternoon too. Who else showed up? Red Eye. Yeah, basically everybody from this morning showed up today, which was really nice. Everybody that was on the on Captain's stream came to my stream today. And I don't even know the captain. I was just jumped into the stream this morning. And then all you guys were there. So I'm like, okay. I know all of you. Yeah, I think him and I are pretty close in age. I think he's slightly older. I think he's probably about 46, I think. But that doesn't matter. Age has no discrimination in scrap mechanic, I feel. Alright, and I think I got all of it. I gotta make a door for that. I think I'll make a fancy door for that. And I think I definitely might widen this out more. Because 4 ain't going to cut it, and I still want to put like a railing all the way around it. Yeah, he seems like a very nice, as he would say in his country, bloke. Beauty. Take a gander from afar. There it is. Here's the shot. Yeah, it definitely needs. Yeah, you get it all like black or whatever, and then purple, and we'll put that gargoyle in the corner. It actually does look kind of gothic almost. I like it. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and once we get that all the way around, I think it will look even swankier. Anyway, that's it for the day. You want to tune in hopefully tomorrow. And probably most likely be a grinding session just to get materials for the next build. That will probably be the hardest thing. That'll be the worst. Anyway, have a good one. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Take care, friends. I'm out.